Good morning and welcome to today's stream. Today we're operating flight BA0079 Speedbird 79 from London Heathrow down to Antigua. We're in Concorde Bravo Oscar Alpha Echo today. We're just on stand. We've not even connected the jet bridges, so let's start off by first of all connecting the jet bridges and bringing the aircraft to life. So, operate the jetway. So, let's turn on the batteries. So the aircraft is alive, and let's request the ground power. Requested the ground power. We'll turn on the equipment bay cooling panel. Keep all electrics nice and cool. The oxygen panel is checked and set. Drain master heater. We'll go on the upper selection for the first leg. We'll set the INS units to start aligning. So let's turn them on. Use a cheat to set them to the, not cheat, quick tip to set them to the correct present position, and we'll turn them to align. And there's no flags. So let's enable fast align. Turn on the air data computers. Okay, so let's start opening up some doors. Doors lights on. From today's load sheet, we're going to have 55 passengers. I need some control modification here temporarily. Okay, so let's start the boarding process. Request boarding of 55 passengers. Open Twitch on my phone as well so I can see the chat stream. So 55 passengers, and that should start the loading process. And we'll soon get reminded to open the cargo doors. And there goes the reminder, so we'll open them now. Upper and the lower cargo doors, or the front and rear as I prefer to call them. Okay, so master CBs have been set and checked. The cockpit inspection security, where it's not been completed, we'll complete that via the checklist. The oxygen is checked 100%. DV windows are closed. Flight control inverters are on. Cancel master caution and warning. Anti-stall systems on. RAD INS switches in RAD. The instrument transfer switches are set. QNH altimeters 992 are set and cross-checked. I don't have a second one here, but I'll assume I've cross-checked them. The nav radios, we've been given PDC clearance. Squawk code for the PDC clearance is 7 7664, and it's a Compton 3 Foxtrot departure. So while the TCAS is testing, I shall bring up the chart of the Compton 3 Foxtrot departure.
Okay.
7664. That chart needs rotating, so I shall very quickly do that. So let's try that again. Hopefully the chart should have been rotated now. There's the Compton 3 Foxtrot off runway 27. Right. So first of all, straight ahead to intercept London VOR 256. So we need London on the left hand side of the radial of 256. Straight ahead will be 272. So straight ahead, London 256 to London DME 7, and turn right towards Woodley QDM. So I need Woodley tuned, which is 3. Let me get it. This is quite fiddly, the ADF tuner. 5. No. 2. 352 is tuned on both ADFs, and then we'll have Compton 11435, an inbound course of 281. Set on the co-pilot side. So the nav radios are set. Transponder we've already done, it's 7664, and we're in standby. Brakes are set to park and have been checked. The nav lights we can turn on. The fasten seatbelt signs, lock the cabin, the flight deck door, turn on the nav lights. We'll switch to Unicom now. But London departure is 127825.
Spirit 3, redirect Cassup. Right, Cassup, 03.
Throttle masters are... Oh, wrong box. Throttle masters are...
London Control, apologies. It seems GSX would only push us straight. Skyway 101.
Yeah, Norris reported a taxi.
Ground hydraulic checkout is...
London Control, Speedbird 182 Heavy at flight level 370.
Speed 182, London Control, hello, Bedeck 1 Hotel arrival.
Bedeck 1 Hotel arrival, Speedbird 182.
Luga 161 Charlie, report your passing altitude.
The blocked, but it was Luga 161 Charlie passing 1,400 feet.
Luga 161 Charlie, thank you. Climb flight level 310.
Climb flight level 310, Luga 161 Charlie, thank you very much, sir.
Batteries are... should be on and normal. They're
Look
on.
416 for
All the lights are out.
Lot 416, thanks. Taxi Alpha into backtrack 14, hold echo
1, 2 and 3. So let's go back to...
1 4 hold echo, look 416.
Just going to switch back to Unicom to reduce the noise. Okay, so INS units all have an accuracy of 0. So we'll put all INS units into remote. We shall load flight plan leg 1. And update the DME updating card. Sorry, load the DME updating card. And on the number 2 co-pilot's unit. vision height to 20 feet, which is my gear up aide memoir. Okay. So acceleration point today is Kessup. And so that's waypoint 04. It's 119 miles away. Okay. So nav on 1, 2, 3. The ready nav lights are out. Fuel flow P7 bugs. Let's bring take off data card. Fuel flow on engines 1 to 3 is 20.3 and 19.9. P7 bugs on engines 1 to 3 39.8.
Morning. Morning.
Engine number 4, 39.2. While we're here, we do the 3 engine acceleration. Altitude is 1,086 feet. That's set. So we won't bother tinkering with that. That's exactly where we are now. Okay, clock is 76, which is 1 minute 16 seconds. Gone too far. So clock is set at 76 seconds. The throttle lever angle calculation says 17, but we're carrying a little bit extra fuel, so we'll go 16. There we go, 16.2 degrees. Board is now completed, and we now need to close the doors. Seatbelt sign have already turned on. Load sheet, 0 fuel weight, 0 fuel CG. So the 0 fuel weight we got is 84.8. The 0 fuel CG is 52.81. So set up this in the total fuel remaining in aircraft weight counter, so it should be 8.4, I've gone too far. 8.4, 8.2, and we've got 95.34 fuel on board. So we've got a current weight of 180 tons. The limits are set, and let's set up the panel for a transfer forward. So the de-air pump's on here. So the fuel panel we're setting up to transfer fuel from the rear of the aircraft to the front of the aircraft, to bring the centre of gravity down or forward to 54.0, which is the furthest rearward we can have it for takeoff. And we'll accomplish that fuel transfer during the taxi. As we won't be using the rear load limit controller, we'll set tank 11 to its preset value for supersonic cruise, which is 10,150. Should be 10,160. 10,160. There we go. That is set. So star clearance we haven't yet obtained. The door lights are out. will turn on the anti-collision lights, the throttles are being checked and at idle, the engine feed pumps are on, so now it's time to stay checklist. It's time to just set up my feed memoirs for takeoff. If I get a piece of paper to write on, time to tune in and speak to ATC.
Direct Castle.
Direct Castle, flight level 280, Silver Concord 1.
Speedbird 98, turn left heading 305, descend 2,500 feet, cleared ILS 27 right.
Left 305, 2,500, cleared ILS 27 right, Speedbird 98.
London, good morning. Speedbird Concorde 79, stand 518. Type Concorde, QNH 992, clearance via PDC, ready for push and start.
Speedbird 79, thank you, push start approved, face north.
Push and start approved, facing north, Speedbird 79.
London Control, good day, Ryanair 2, Mike, Quebec at Stansted 63 left at Stansted, we are on Boeing 738 with QNH 989, request push and start.
Stand by, I got Speedbird 455 requesting clearance, you're cleared to Echo Delta Lima Papa by the preferred departure route. After departure, runway to the correction 23, turn on track, Clacton, climb 3,000 feet, squawk 1143.
So let's get the ground crew to prepare us for pushback and departure.
Climb 3,000 and direct Claxton, squawk 1143 to 455.
Speed 455 correct, and the QNH is on my list, 990 hectopascals, push and start approved.
Push start approved, thank you, 455.
And the other station calling, I think, Stansted, say again.
This is Ryanair 2, Mike, Quebec, we receive PDC, we are at Stansted 63 left, Boeing 738 with QNH 989, request push and start.
Ryanair 2, Mike, Quebec, thank you, push and start approved. QNH Stansted 989 hectopascals.
Perfect, push and start approved, Ryanair 2, Mike, Quebec.
EG23 Echo, ready for the right top. Passing 3004320.
Stand by EC23 Echo, apologies, turn right heading 340 degrees.
Nobody's right, heading 340, EG23 Echo.
KLM 757, thanks, squawk 0375.
0375, KLM 757.
Skies 101, report your passing altitude.
Skyways 101, altitude is 6,000 feet.
Skies 101, thank you, climb flight level 360.
Climb flight level 360, Skyways 101.
Speed 98, less than 260 degrees, 22 knots to 7 right, clear land.
Clear land to 7 right, requesting 564, Speedbird 98.
Roger, Ryanair 90 to 16, Gatwick, 240 degrees, 17 knots, 26 left, clear takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, Ryanair 901, thank you.
Speedbird 290, report your passing altitude.
That's my video parking 4,500 feet.
Speed 290, thank you, climb now, flight level 370, direct SITAP.
Climb now, flight level 370, direct SITAP, Speedbird 290.
Emirates 2, Unicorn 128, bye.
128, Emirates 2, bye-bye.
Okay, stand number 3.
London Control, good morning. Formula 1 message.
Formula 1, London Control, hello, pass message.
Formula 1 is a 146 on the ground at Biggin Hill, request dive clearing to GOP, please.
Formula 1, Roger, call.
Bypass pin inserted.
EG40, Papa Juliet, passing.
EC40, Papa Juliet, thanks, taxi Alpha, hold short, coming 26.
Alpha holding 2642, Papa Juliet.
EC23 Echo, turn left heading 305, cleared ILS, runway 26.
Left heading 305 on clear side, last 26, easy 23 Echo.
Formula 1 clearance is Jersey, runway 21, after departure left turn on track Detling, climb flight level 80, squawk 3376.
Release parking brakes.
Clear Jersey, runway 21 departure, then left turn to Detling, climb and to flight level 80, squawk 3376, Formula 1, thank you.
Formula 1 correct, start off and taxi approved, short tier 1, report ready for departure, QNH begin is 992 hectopascal.
Release parking
Start off and
brakes.
taxi approved, runway 21 and 992, QNH, Formula 1, thank you.
Runner 901, report you passing altitude.
Engines 3 into a started, and that's to check ground to
Release
clear.
parking brakes.
Runner 901, thanks very much, climb now flight level 180.
Commencing push.
180, right.
All engines clear. Start at will.
So let's lower the nose.
Zulu Juliet Golf, thank you, taxi second right echo, right alpha, hold alpha 327 right.
And right, right also just held, what?
Alpha 3.
Holding Alpha 3.
Speed 178 Golf 1 red, descent flight level 8, pseudo vectors ILS 23 right.
Or to descend 80 Alpha vector 27 right.
23 right, block 416, route at Honolulu, Hotel Oscar November.
Direct Hotel Oscar November at 416.
Clinton, hello, good morning, speed 165.787 -900, 554, QNH 992 hectopascal, requesting position set.
Speed 165, give way to the Delta 747, right to left behind, once clear, push start a pre-face off.
Giving way to the Delta 747, when clear, push position start a facing to the north, speed 165.
Ryanair 901, route direct to Welling.
Route direct Welling, Ryanair 901.
Speed 455, thanks, taxi Alpha, hold short runway 23.
Taxi Alpha, hold short runway 23, 455.
Speed of Concord 3 at Kessup, transonic climb approved, block 450 to 600.
At Kessup, transonic climb approved, block level 450 to flight level 600, speed over to Concord 3.
Ryanair 2 Mike, Quebec, ready for taxi.
Ryanair 2 Mike, Quebec, thank you, taxi via Link Delta Hotel Sierra, hold Sierra 1, runway 22.
Taxi 2 holding port 01 via Link Delta Hotel Sierra 01, Ryanair 2 Mike, Quebec.
London, good day, speed 38 Delta Bravo V2 at level, passing 28 flight level 280 to 230 inbound baggage.
Speed 38 Delta Bravo, London Control, hello, escort 0317,
Okay, so I've loaded
Local
up
1
the,
hotel arrival, climb flight level 330.
taxi chart on
Squawking 0317, climb flight level 330 and cleared for New Ground 1 hotel arrival, 038 Delta Bravo, thank you.
Easy 23 Echo, establish 26.
Easy 23 Echo, thank you, surface wind, Jersey 260 degrees, 30 knots, runway 26, clear land.
Clear to land 26, easy 23 Echo.
Unlocking
24 Papa Juliet behind the landing company, 321, line up 826 behind.
Ground the landing company, if we turn all landing, we're running 240 Papa Juliet.
Good 88, Dublin offline, Unicom 128, bye.
1228, thanks.
Speed 2 Mike Zulu, Unicom 128, bye.
Nose wheel steering is checked, flight controls, FCS and trims have been checked.
Right,
Stabbing
right,
field engaged.
right,
Engine
right,
anti-ice. Do we require anti-ice today? Yes, we'll enable engine anti-ice. Do not to stop.
Speed 28, correction 268 Alpha London, hello, escort 037, Bedex 1 Hotel.
On idle switches.
0370 squawk, FedEx 1 hotel.
Low. Door warning.
Good night, taking your request to gate.
Tested and off. Engine feed
What's
box.
this for 564?
We'll turn them all on now.
98, thank you, taxi second right, Bravo left Delta, stand 564.
Bravo Delta 564, thank you.
Drops have been checked, the electrics.
Center Delta 115 November Heavy, ready to taxi on the way 27 right.
The ground equipment is
thank you,
clear.
Charlie right Alpha, hold Alpha 327 right.
No, it's not clear. We'll wait for the ground equipment to
Charlie
be clear.
right Alpha, or short set 7 right, Delta 115 November.
Zulu Juliet Golf, steps in 26 degrees, 22 knots, 27 right, clear takeoff.
Copy, wind clear for takeoff. 7 right, 7 all.
Speed 182, turn left heading 080 degrees, descend flight level 140.
Turn left heading 080 and descend flight level 140, speedbird 182.
London, love again, Sky 3471, flight level 280.
Coast 3471, London Control, hello, descend flight level 180, level airfax, left 1 hotel, score 0356.
I'll call for taxi.
So left 1 hotel, December ready, flight level 180, level airfax, 0356, Sky 3471.
Speed 4556, wind south wind 240 degrees, 19 gust 29 knots, runway 1, correction 23, clear takeoff. Speed 182, navigation header at Ockham. Speed 182, navigation Ockham.
Navigation Ockham, speedbird 182.
London Speedbird 79, taxi at Heathrow, please.
2 stations there, EC23 Echo, thank you, taxi via Bravo, standard choice.
Jet taxi standard choice, EC23 Echo, thanks for the service, good morning.
Good morning, 40 Papa Juliet, surface wind, Jersey, 26 degrees, 27 knots, 26, clear takeoff.
182 clear takeoff, 40 Papa Juliet.
London Speedbird 79, taxi at Heathrow, please.
Speed 79, thanks, Alpha, right, correction, taxi Alpha, hold Alpha 327 right.
Alpha, hold Alpha 327 right, Speedbird 79.
Zulu Juliet Golf, report your passing altitude.
Okay, start taxi.
Zulu Juliet Golf, thank you, climb flight level 180, direct well in, Dane to Alpha, arrival.
So one of the advantages now, we've got taxi clearance, that's the last time we need to initiate contact with ATC. From now on, they should be monitoring us, and when we get to the threshold, hopefully there'll be a alert and clear us
thank you, surface wind, Stansted 240 degrees, 18 knots, 26.
So on the chart, let's taxi straight ahead to Alpha 4 Alpha, all the way round, which is the outer taxiway, and hold at Alpha 3.
Speed 178 Golf, descend flight level 70, leave Trent Tango November Tango, heading 340 degrees.
Descend flight level 70, leave Trent, there.
So, visor nose is down 5 degrees, brakes have been checked in a normal, flight instruments checked in a
Speed Concord 1 at Kessel, transonic climb approved, block 450 to flight level 600.
Kessel, clear, transonic climb acceleration, block 450 to 600, Speed Concord 1.
Step moving the fuel forward.
Speed 182, descend flight level 80, leave Ockham, heading 085.
Descend flight level 80 and with Ockham at
rating mode is
105, speedbird 182.
Negative 085.
085, speedbird 182.
throttles
EC42 Papa Juliet, report airborne with your passing altitude.
Passing 1000, 40 Papa Juliet.
40 Papa Juliet, thank you, climb down, flight retreat 40, direct ferry head, Bravo head, Alpha.
On.
Flight ferry head, climb flight level 340, 40 Papa Juliet.
The ADS and standby heaters on a takeoff inhibitor.
On the traffic flight, Juliet Alpha, stand 10, Newcastle, QNH 982, 77 300, rate proportion start.
Traffic flight Juliet Delta, landing control, hello, push and start approved, face east. QNH Newcastle is 982,
control schedule.
Push and start approved, east, 982, QNH, traffic flight.
Fly over, the engine 4 takeoff limiter is
Luna Control, good morning, Union 2064 on the ground at Jersey, gate number 1, citation CJ4, IFR clearance please, through to Leeds, Bradford.
Union 2064, cleared Leeds, Benix 2, correction, Benix 5 Alpha, score 3305.
Benix 5 Alpha 3305, Union 2064.
Union 2064, correct. QNH Jersey is, find it in the list, 9, correction, 1002.
QNH 1002, could we request startup please?
Start approved. Tomjet 1 Whiskey Kilo, report your passing altitude.
Tomjet 1 Whiskey Kilo, hello, 5,000 feet.
Tomjet 1 Whiskey Kilo, thanks, climb flight retreat 30, direct SAMAP.
Climb 230.
Fuel low pressure protection switch is on.
Speed 178 Golf, you have 35 track miles, descent 5,000 feet. QNH Manchester 9, correction 987.
CG to go, and I'll continue to monitor after we've turned right onto the
track miles, descend the flight level 50, 92.
9087 at Pascal's altitude.
9087.
Sub 6 Delta for the Unicom 128 bay.
And it is Sub 6 Delta, thanks, bye.
For Concord 3, Unicom 128 bay.
Cheers, thanks.
Control, this is 14 Papa Kilo. Can we get that direct again, please?
Bravo Hotel Delta, Berryhead for you all.
Bravo Hotel Delta, thanks.
455, look 3000.
Sid 455, thanks, direct red for climb flight level 320.
Direct red for climb 320, 455.
Spirit 268 Alpha, when ready, descent flight level 140.
Those two Concorde preferred frequency, Speedbird 3 and Speedbird 1, also company aircraft operated by the same virtual airline as me, so they're off to New York for the trip and I'm off down to Antigua for today. Okay, we're now back on
Goes 3471, descent flight level 8, sorry.
So I'll continue to pump fuel forwards.
When 7 Whiskey Juliet at Manchester, holding point Mike 1 right, ready for departure, QNH 9087.
Minus 7 Whiskey Juliet, hello, system 29 degrees 15 knots, 2 0, clear takeoff.
Clear takeoff to 3 right, at 7 Whiskey Juliet.
Speedbird 165 is taxi on Charlie taxiway.
Speedbird 165, thank you, taxi via Charlie right, Alpha, hold Alpha 327 right.
Charlie right and Alpha to hold Alpha 3, runway 27 right, Speedbird 165.
Delta 115, November from Alpha 327 right, clear takeoff to fin 26 degrees 22 knots.
Center gravity is 54.0, so we can turn all these valves open, turn off these electric pumps, and takeoff is now 54.0, set for takeoff.
Under control, good morning, Sky is 370 Mike, flight level 240.
The 370 Mike, running control, hello, LSO 1 hotel arrival, when ready, descent flight level 180, to be level by airfix.
LSO 1 hotel, when ready, descend 180. To be level by Edvax, Skyway 370 Mike.
Delta 115, November Heavy, clear takeoff, runway 27 right. Thank you, Senate.
Challex 35 Yankee stand 11 at Newcastle, push and start.
So that's 35 Yankee, give way to the company 737-300, passing left to right behind to push down pretty face east.
Give way to this company 733, passing left to right behind, push down pretty face east. South, Challex 35 Yankee.
And Challex 5 Juliet Delta, that's taxi.
5 Juliet Delta, thanks, straight ahead Delta 125.
Delta 125, Challex 5 Juliet Delta.
Alright, 7 Whiskey Juliet, airborne, passing 1008 on it.
RNS 7 Whiskey Juliet. Thank you, climb now, flight level 410.
Flight level 410, right now, 7 Whiskey Juliet, thank you.
It's just that Delta 747 ahead of us. I've not heard any of the traffic taxi out to runway 27 right. So it looks like we're probably the next aircraft to go, so this would be a life for the flight engineer to tell the cabin crew to please be seated. You don't have that facility on here, so yeah,
150, level by speed, Delta Bravo.
Now fully ready, we're fully ready for takeoff, bar the takeoff checks.
Under control, Golf Bravo Charlie Delta Echo.
Not heard any traffic
Golf
coming
Bravo
down,
Charlie Delta Echo,
so we may well very soon get a
Golf Bravo Charlie Delta Echo with Cessna 172 to pass up at Bournemouth. We have QNH 997 requesting VFR leaving clearance via the Tarrant Rushton, the other.
Golf Bravo Charlie Delta Echo, roger, start approved, QNH Bournemouth is fine to Tinder list. You said it correctly, 996 at Pascal, report ready taxi.
Start approved 997 and we're ready now, Golf Delta Echo.
Golf Delta Echo, thanks. Taxi hold short to the runway 26, report ready for departure.
Taxi hold short 261, Golf Delta Echo.
747 still isn't rolling yet.
Sky 3471, fly heading 330 degrees, descent to altitude 4,000 feet, QNH Heathrow 999 at 2 hectopascals.
Oh, thank you, Riders fan, for following me. Hello, thanks for watching the stream.
4,000 feet, QNH 999 at 2 hectopascals.
4,992, Sky 3471.
Speed 182, you're turning the wrong way, sir. Turn left, heading 050 degrees now.
Good morning,
descent
Riders
4,000
fan.
feet, QNH 999 at 2 hectopascals.
Sorry, go ahead, speedbird 102.
050 degrees, 4,000 feet, QNH 999 at 2.
050 degrees, 4,000 feet, QNH 999 at 2.
While waiting to accomplish the
Corona 901, speed 280 knots for greater.
Cabin crew call has been done, landing lights we won't set until we're clear to line up. Transponder we won't
Corona
set until we're clear
901.
to line up.
Yeah, go ahead, sorry.
Speed 280 knots for greater.
Master warning,
0
recall
knots greater.
inhibited.
300.
Yeah, that's fine, just so I can separate the guy behind you. Juliet Golf, speed 280 knots for left.
Heat is selected, 4 whites are seen. Pit index is 13.5, set and checked.
Speed 178, Golf left, 260, 3,500, cleared island, 23 right.
Brakes, pressure to normal and the temperature to normal. Brake fans are off. Just landing lights and transponder to go. And the line, Mr. Line up.
Formula 1 ready for departure, 21 Biggin Hill.
Formula 1, thank you, surface 25 degrees, 19 knots, 21, clear takeoff.
Clear takeoff 21, Formula 1, thank you.
Target 1 Kilo, Euro Control West, 13525 to Deadway.
Riders fan, I'm doing okay.
Target
Just
1
waiting
Whiskey Kilo.
for takeoff clearance here at Heathrow.
Beluga 161 Charlie, contact Euro Control West, 13525 to Deadway.
13525, Target 1 Whiskey Kilo, bye.
Please repeat frequency for Beluga 161 Charlie, frequency was blocked.
It's a Euro Control West, 135.250.
135.250, Beluga 161 Charlie, thanks very much for the service.
Bye, Speed 79 is 26 degrees, 22 knots, 27 right, clear takeoff.
Clear takeoff 27 right, Speedbird 79er.
Delta 115 November, report passing altitude.
Delta 115 November, passing 3,000.
Delta 15 November, thank you, climb flight with 34 today.
Lights are on, transponder it's TAPA, and we are fully ready to go.
Manchester 29 degrees, 15 knots, 2 right, clear lamp.
Today's flight will be about 3.5 hours in the air, so we'll be landing in about 3 hours and 40 minutes. Pretty much, while it is over 4,000 miles, well, it is over 4,000 miles.
All stations on the ground, except from Speedbird 165 and 79. Contact Heathrow grounds, please. Frequency 121.7. Break KLM 703, London Control, hello. Squawk 0363.
Squawking 0363, KLM 703.
27 right.
Good 455, Unicom 128 bay.
We're lined up. Okay, all set brakes, release, the pressures are normal. 3, 2, 1, now.
Golf Delta Echo, roger, hold position after departure, 26 clear to leave the Bournemouth controls into the west and of altitude 2,000 feet. Squawk 0356.
Airspeed building.
Okay, after departure, Italy Bournemouth, another about 2,000 feet to the west.
100 knots.
QNH 9964035 Golf at Bravo, Julie Golf Echo.
Golf Delta Echo, 26 degrees, 18 29 knots, 26 clear takeoff.
Clear takeoff 26 Golf Delta Echo.
Spirit Conk 1, Unicom 128
V1.
Spirit Concord 1, Unicom 128 bay.
Rotate.
10x35
V2.
Yankee, thank you, taxi straight at Delta 125.
Positive climb.
Give up.
10x5 Juliet Delta surface Newcastle is 280 degrees, 11 knots, 25 clear takeoff.
240 knots.
Zulu Juliet Golf, when ready, descent flight level 8 today. Leave trend heading 340 degrees.
Ready, Delta 80, 340 degrees.
Corona 90 to 1, when ready, descend flight level 70, leave trend heading 340 degrees.
Leave trend 340 degrees, descend to 7,000 feet, Ryanair 901.
Speed 182, turn left heading 300 degrees.
Turn left heading 300 degrees, Speedbird 180.
Skies 3471, turn left heading 300 degrees. When established, localizer 27 right, descend with the glide path.
Turn left heading 1 established, descend with the glide, Skies 347.
Skies 3471, speed 160 knots to 40 ME.
Come back to 164, Skies 3471.
Formula 1 report airborne, we're passing altitude.
Airborne passing 800 feet, Formula 1.
Formula 1, thank you. Traffic service for taking your in-terrain clearance outside of controlled airspace. Climb flight level 170, direct Detling.
Traffic service outside controlled airspace, climb flight level 170, direct Detling, Formula 1.
Speed 182, turn left heading 250 degrees, descend 3,000 feet. When established, localizer 27 right, descend glide path.
Turn left heading 250 degrees, descend 3,000, when established on the localizer, descend with the glide. Speedbird 180.
Al 32165 is ready for departure.
Hey, I'm just about to call you. 26 degrees, 22 knots, 27 right, clear takeoff.
27 right, clear takeoff, speed 165.
Golf Delta Echo, report you passing.
1,100 feet, Golf Delta Echo.
Golf Delta Echo, thank you. Identified what service to require outside of controlled airspace.
Traffic service, please.
Golf Delta Echo, roger, leaving controlled airspace in 4 miles traffic service.
Leaving 4 miles traffic service, Golf Delta Echo.
Speed 79, report you passing.
3,600, speedbird 79.
Speed 79, thank you. Climb flight level 280, direct Kessel.
Climb flight level 280, direct Kessel, speedbird 79.
EC69 Papa Fox,
So
report
we
passing
go to
altitude.
Kessel, so we can go waypoint change current location to waypoint 4.
EC69 Papa Fox, report you passing altitude. Speed 38 Delta Bravo, descend flight level 80, leave Bovington heading 120 degrees.
Yep, riders, it's sorry I wasn't watching the chat there, it's obviously quite a hectic time during takeoff. It's a fantastic aircraft to fly. Hopefully it'll soon be available for P3D, and we'll be able to fly it more via the
people aren't
virtual
replying to me.
cockpit.
It's getting a little bit chaotic now because people aren't replying. Speed 38 Delta Bravo, London.
So the after takeoff checklist, the landing gears off, and
Descend flight level 80,
still on.
leave Bovington heading 120 degrees.
ADS and standby
Descend
heaters.
flight level 80 and leaving Bovington 120 degrees. The Bravo, my apologies.
Anti-ice on for
Speed 182, maintain speed 180 knots or greater till 60 ME.
Mode flight.
180 knots or greater until
pressurization.
60 ME, Speedbird 180.
5,000 feet.
Formula 1 engine controlled airspace radar control with direct lid.
Radar control direct lid, Formula 1.
EC69 Papa Foxtrot, climb flight level 370, route to that Dagger.
Direct Dagger 370, is 600 Papa Fox.
Pressurization check.
Guys 370 Mike, descend flight level 80.
Flight level 80, Skyways 370 Mike.
Block 416, contact Euro control west 135.25 to Delta
97% N2.
135.250, good pilot for 16.
Skies 101, Unicorn 128.
The reason I don't go to X-Plane is the X-Plane for Concorde doesn't do full system simulation. Graphically it is much superior, but in terms of simulation of all the subsystems, which is what I enjoy flying with as I am an engineer in real life, I enjoy flying with subsystems. The X-Plane Concorde doesn't just, from what I've heard, doesn't model the...
Oh, just what we need, a stuck mic, brilliant. Union 2064, push and start a
the X-Plane Concorde doesn't model the subsystems of the aircraft as well. So coming through at 6,000 feet, we'll go to 99%.
On the control, Global 872.
I mean, the Concorde I'm flying at the moment is probably 2012, 2013, so it's even for 7-8 years old, and it's not graphically as good as the modern aircraft, but 787, the MDG, and the X-Labs A320. But it's a lot of fun aircraft to fly, so it's 7,000 feet. So 6,000 feet, we'll go to 99% M2. Thank you for following us blind outs. Blind outs or blind outs?
Shortly, so just try and ignore it.
Blind outs, maybe German.
240 degrees, descent flat of lake, sir.
240 to set a maintain 80, yeah, wonderful.
Now's probably a good time to start updating those Do the DME updating. So coming to 7,000 feet, we'll go to 101% N2.
Tronics 35 Yankee, thank you. Surface wind Newcastle is 250 degrees, 11 knots. Runway 25, clear takeoff.
Good takeoff, 25.
Channel 5 Juliet Delta, redirect knock-in, climb flight level 35 today. Channel 5 Juliet Delta, direct knock-in, flight level 35 today.
Direct knock-in, flight level 350, Channel 5 Juliet Delta.
So updating correcting VOR. For 8,000 feet, well now we'll go to full dry power, which is maximum power with no afterburners.
Speed 268 Alpha, descent flight level 80.
And on the right, we'll go to the land zone, which is 114.2.
Hello, London Control, good day, this is Talk 7 November Whiskey, Talk the holding port, Juliet 1.
67 November Whiskey, thank you, surfing 290 degrees, 15 knots, runway 23 right, clear takeoff.
Runway 23 right, report takeoff, Talk 7 November Whiskey.
Speed 178 Golf, welcome Manchester ground, 12185 today, bye.
Yeah, riders fan, I won't knock X-Plane. I've heard lots of good things about it. I mean, the things that put me off it are mainly if I switch it to X-Plane, I'd need to buy a load of new add-ons. I have a lot of add-ons to FSX, FS9, 3D, and I don't particularly want to be able to justify the cost of spending several hundred pounds or dollars a game on getting all those add-ons. Another thing I like with FSX and PVD is simulated seasons. I understand that X-Plane 11 doesn't actually have simulation of different weather seasons on the ground.
26 degrees, 22 knots, 27 right, clear that.
27 right, clear to land.
Okay, that's 10,000 feet, so we shall start to lower the nose.
Corner to 110 right,
lower the
50 degrees, descent 4,000 feet, QNH Heathrow 992 hectopascal.
992, centimetre 4,000.
Turn off and track the landing lights and taxi lights. One click spot, there we go. The nose is up.
Union 2064, surface winds, Jersey 270 degrees, 2 knots, 26
I'm tempted to give that a go. XN is after takeoff checks complete. The Max 7 checks are next. Okay,
Union 2064.
I'm tempted to buy X-Plane and just use it for some VFR flight, because I do, most of the simulation I do online is IFR, commercial travel, which is what I enjoy doing, but I do enjoy a little bit of VFR flight, so I'm tempted to get X-Plane, fly a little bit of VFR, and get a nice small add-on, well-modelled, small civil aircraft, one of the Cessnas or an aircraft like that. Concorde is a lovely aircraft. I've never flown Concorde in real life, however, been to the Concorde. I actually live not far from Manchester Airport, where Concorde Alpha Charlie is actually stored, and I have seen it there, and it just blows your mind. No, I don't have a Discord server. I am on a virtual airline, British Airways Virtual, which is BA virtual.co.uk, and they have a Discord server for the pilots, and I'll probably be chatting on that later in the flight if there's not much ATC online, and currently there is no Gander Oceanic online, so Gander and Shanley, so I shall probably be on that Discord chat later, as well as anyone chatting on this stream. But I'm fairly new to streaming myself. I'm doing it primarily for my own interest and benefit. If anyone wants to watch it, it's great. But it's probably only my 5th or 6th flight I've actually streamed. But one of what we've not done, we've gone for the transition altitude. We should be at pressure 1013.
Speedbird 182 has vacated onto Alpha 9.
We're on to the 1 descent 3,500 feet, QNH 987 hectopascal.
QNH 90908 and descent to 3,500, right at 901.
Channel 53 Yankee, thanks for flight start up 370, redirect gas go.
Long 350, redirect gas go, Channel 35, level 7.
No worries, me too.
Riders fan, do you fly on VATSIM, or do you fly online at all?
Global 8732, stand A319, QNH 9092 with PDC, London City, ready for start.
Global 732, thank you. Start up approved.
I've only recently returned to VATSIM myself. I used to fly an IVAO for nearly a decade, but it reached a point with some of their policies on privacy and just the lack of general air traffic control online.
Would you like us to start reducing
back onto VATSIM.
Hey Sam, there's going to be someone right in front of you.
I'm really glad to return to VATSIM. It is a generally better experience. I mean, the only reason I like IVAO is the model matching.
34717, 26 degrees, 22 knots,
does seem to be improved with Project FLAI, which sadly seems to be discontinued, but I do prefer the IVAO model matching, but VATSIM has a better experience in terms of the quality of the air traffic controls and the availability of air traffic controls.
Left landing 300, descend 2,500 feet and cleared ILS approach for 27 right.
Just want to increase our rate of acceleration slightly, so I'll drop our vertical speed, maintain the same power, so that will increase our acceleration.
180 till 6, goes 370 Mike.
Just confirm all greater, please.
Yep, 180 all greater, goes 370
so Mach 7 checklist.
Speed at 38 Delta Bravo,
fuel transfer, we shall start rearward.
TNH Heathrow 999.
Fuel transfer is now moving aft, it's 53.8 moving
further
aft.
4,000 feet and
Take of CG switch is normal.
992
Guard it. Brake fan should already be off.
Alpha Decent 4000
Indeed, and there are independent control schedule can now go to normal. Seatbelt signs, it's stable, there's no turbulence, we'll turn the seatbelt signs off. We're well above an cloud now, so we'll turn off the engine anti-ice.
Union 2064, thank you.
Turn lights can also now go to off.
Flight level 430, Union 2064.
The nozzle override lights are off. Secondary order switches can now go to open.
67 November Whiskey,
secondary nozzles are modulating. The climb checklist is complete.
Roger, Tiddler 1 for arrival and square meet 190.
We're on a 901, turn left heading 190 degrees, descent 3,000 feet.
Turn left 190 degrees, 3,000 feet.
So,
20
280 with climb, 177, 280.
Goes 3471, ground 1217, goodbye.
62 miles in charge, acceleration.
For the control, good morning, United 928, holding Titan.
9928, London, hello, surface wind 26 degrees, 2 knots, 27 right, clear takeoff.
27 right, clear takeoff, 928.
CDG off, speed 180 knots.
So the next time we need to load more information into the INS units is when we approach waypoint 6, Leslie on waypoint 7, for J 14 West. So I'll set an aid memoir on INS 2.
So 60, I mean.
60, my apologies.
No worries.
Yes, Concorde does have an autothrottle, but it's only used in certain stages of flight. It's used in level flight and on approach. In fact, it's always used down to the last 50 feet of approach and landing. It's not used during climb out and acceleration. That's because Concorde tends to always fly max power during a climb, or during the immediate departure. We'll tinker with throttles a little bit for noise abatement, but Concorde always climbs at maximum power, and then you'll set an airspeed or a maximum, and Concorde will adjust its rate of climb or descent to prove that defined max speed. Once we're in supersonic cruise, the autothrottles are set, but only in a standby mode. Concorde will always cruise at maximum power. Or if it gets a little bit too fast or a little bit too hot on the tip of the nose, the autothrottle, which is primed in a standby mode, will kick in and just throttle back slightly to control either the temperature on the nose or the maximum Mach number. Once we're clear of the air or whatever disturbance causes us to go a little bit faster, the autothrottles will then go back to max power and actually disengage the autothrottle. Most aircraft don't tend to cruise at maximum throttle because they have to fly at a certain altitude, at a certain speed. Concorde doesn't fly at a defined altitude, it flies at a block altitude. We've got to go, I've got a phone call.
CDG Golf, turn left heading 260 degrees, cleared ILS 2 tree right.
Landing control, good morning sir, Speedbird 474 at Heathrow ground, holding Pluto.
Speed 474, hello, planes are departing United 787, line up away 27 right, be ready immediate.
Behind departing United 787, line up away 27 right, Speedbird 474.
Okay, so the November Square question, please repeat my arrival.
Turkish 7 November Whiskey, Kidley 1
Altitude alert, 1000
Kidley 1
to go.
Turkish 7 November.
Another stop mic.
You're really having a good day, aren't you?
Negative. Running 901, surface wind 28 degrees 20 knots, 23 right, clear land.
Clear to land, 28 right, Ryanair 901, we noted, thank you.
EC69 Papa Foxtrot, Scottish closed, unit come on to 28, bye. Speed 38 knots, ground speed 160 knots to 40 ME. Speed 38 Delta Bravo, speed 160 knots till 40 ME.
160 until 40 ME, speed 38 Delta Bravo.
Speed 268 Alpha, speed 160 knots till 40 ME.
Thunder Control, Delta 115 November, stepping out for 5 minutes, coming back.
Delta 115 November, Roger, unit come on to stay, bye.
Altitude is more 8, thank you sir, bye bye.
Global 8732, ready taxi.
Global 8732, thank you, taxi Alpha, enter backtrack 1, correction 27, hold mic, report ready.
Taxi Alpha, then backtrack 27, to hold mic, report ready. Global 8732.
Speed 268 Alpha, turn left 300 degrees, when established 27 right, descend glide. Speed 38 Delta Bravo right, 230 degrees, when established 27 right, descend glide.
10 right, 230 degrees, and taking for Speed 38 Delta Bravo.
Stand by then, speed 4747, 26 degrees, 22 knots, 27 right, clear takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, 27 right, Speedbird 474.
Speed 38 Delta Bravo, when established localizer 27 right, descend glide path.
When location established for 27 right, descend glide path for Speed 38 Delta Bravo.
Speed 268 Alpha, continue approach 27 right, number 4. Speed 38 Delta Bravo, number 3, continue approach.
Thunder Control, hello again, Speedbird 35.
Apologise for that, it's a phone call from
Speed 35,
my wife.
Control, hello again.
She's in work today, so that's why I'm not online on Saturday.
Link 2123 and hold Alpha 1, Speedbird 35.
Goes 37, Sierra Mike, the surface wind Heathrow, 260 degrees to 2 knots, so runway 27 right, clear to land.
27 right, clear to land, thank you, Skyway 370 Mike.
United 928, level 6000.
United 928, thanks, climb now, flight level 360.
Level 360 now, United 928.
London, good morning, Midland 239, holding Pluto.
Midland 239, London Control, hello. Straight ahead, Alpha 3.
Straight ahead, Alpha 3, Midland 239.
Midland 239, will you be ready for an immediate?
Riders fan, I've turned down the ATC volume, hopefully slightly stream now. Hopefully that'll be a bit better. Thanks for the feedback, I do appreciate it. London Speedbird 79, are we cleared for transonic after Kessup, please? After Kessup, transonic climb approved flight level 450 to flight level 600. Thank you. Okay, so let's start our transonic climb. We'll disengage the autothrottles. Select an initial climb of about 500 to 700 feet per minute. And then we'll engage, once again engage full dry power on the throttles. And we'll now select max climb. So the transonic checklist, the auxiliary inlets are shut, secondary nozzles are less than 15 degrees. On Mach 0.7 we'll engage the reheat. Okay, the inboards are going on, and the outboards are going on, so the reheat is engaged, and the fuel transfer will start rearward again. So it's 55.5 moving aft. We'll now set the target altitude selector up to our maximum flight level of 600. Yes, I am an engineer, but not in the sense of an old-fashioned aircraft flight engineer. I am an engineer who I actually write the software for airplanes, and in one of my previous employments I wrote the software for airplane control systems and autopilot systems. Although now I don't work in the aircraft industry at all, it was just a job. I now work in the utilities sector, so that is it's just life. Okay, so that's the Mach 1. We'll do the Mach 1 checks. We'll do the pressure capacitor heaters to off. The engine anti-ice is now off. The wing and intake anti-icing is all off. And the transparencies, de-ice and de-mist can go off. Programming. The programming bit was easy. The getting it verified is complex. Any safety critical software has to be checked, double checked, triple checked, verified. It has to be checked for security issues, so it can't be hacked by an outside programmer. And in even most industries now, the level of checking in making sure there's no issues is far more complex than the actual writing of the software. And that's the same in most industries now. It'd be the same if I was worked for Apple or not Android, Samsung. The level of security checking that will go into their software is just absolutely mind-blowingly phenomenal these days. Unicorn 1228, speedbird 79, cheerio. Unfortunately, my security contract doesn't allow me to say which aircraft I worked on. But put it this way, it was a big one, and I live in Europe, or I live in England actually. But England used to be part of Europe, so I'll leave it up to you to work out which aircraft manufacturer that could have been. And sadly, the stuff I worked on wasn't very exciting. It was primarily about to do with weather modelling and how the autopilot copes with turbulence issues and predicted turbulence, more importantly. It was nothing fancy or exciting like the actual controls a pilot sees in front of them. Although I did want to work on that, I've never had that opportunity. Okay, we're coming up through flight level 350, 35,000 feet, where centre of gravity is 6.3 moving rearward. So this tank at the rear of the aircraft is now full, or up to the maximum level we want it to be. So we're now going to pump fuel from these two tanks at the front, out to this tank 5 on the left and this tank 7 on the right. And we'll continue that up until about Mach 2, when hopefully these tanks should be empty. And these two tanks, which are right out in the tips of the wing, will then start to pump and which will bring the centre of gravity forward slightly. We're currently coming up to Mach 1.2, which is giving us a ground speed of 740 miles per hour, which is in statute miles per hour. Ground speed in knots or nautical miles per hour is 654, 655 and increasing. I didn't, in terms of my job, I've never done shift work as a software engineer. I just tend to work, give or take, normal office hours, so usually 8, 4, 9, 5, occasionally working late or early depending on when we're working on conference with other parts of the world, but I didn't tend to work shifts. Okay, so that's the Mach 1.3 checks. The intakes are all modulating. The 1.3 checks are complete. No, I didn't physically, sadly. I always wanted to, but I never got to physically work on the aircraft. All my software was just in an R&D lab centre office, what you call it. So it's very much like any other computer programming job. It's just an office environment where almost everything we did was based on electronic models of aircraft, of weather, of other factors. It's all software based, and there's sadly no interaction with the actual hardware of MCG, which means we're not pumping fuel rearward as fast as we'd like. There's not a great deal we can do about that. Making sure pumping fuel is sufficient out of here, so we need a lot more. For some reason we have quite a fuel misbalance between this tank and this tank. I don't know what's going on there, but hopefully I don't know why let's open that one. There we go. Temporarily shut this valve. Left the valve in the wrong position, so I'll start pumping fuel into here. So because I've accidentally left this valve in the override open position, instead of pumping fuel from here into here, it's actually pumping it from here into the manifold pusher here, and then back into this tank on the left hand side. The right hand tank is set normally. So I'm just going to temporarily try and balance these two figures out. This is about 1,000 less, so I probably want to get about 5,000, well, about 1,000 more kilos in this tank than in this tank, and then I'll continue the aft transfer using the trim transfer switch. Mach 1.7 is my next checklist item, when I shall turn off the reheat and arm the auto throttle for the FCS in a standby mode. I think we can definitely say tank 9 is empty, so we'll turn those pumps back to auto. Yeah, we're coming up on Mach 1.7, so I'll turn off the reheat in pairs. That's the inboard reheat. And the outboard reheat, and I'll arm the auto throttle in a standby mode. Don't actually use this value here, that's just set up for our descent and arrival into Antigua. Okay, the fuel transfer is not complete, so that's all I can accomplish so far on the Mach 1.7 checks. So, reheat is off, the AFCS panel is set. check of the pressurisation. So the cabin is pressurised to 5,500 feet. Yes, indeed, that is my cat on my profile. That is my quote-unquote one of my co-pilots. Often joins me on the flight. He's not joining me on the flight today, as he's probably upstairs having a sleep, as most cats often are. He may well join me later if he so desires. Being a cat, he's entirely of his own mind. I once worked for a company where we actually had a stray cat that used to sleep just outside, and me and almost all of the R&D team spent ages trying to persuade the R&D director that we definitely needed an office cat. Unfortunately, the R&D director, despite the fact we had mice and rats in parts of the building, refused to let us adopt the cat for the company. So that would have been a fantastic experience, but the R&D director did not allow it. I suppose in case someone was allergic to cats, it could make sense, but it would have been nice to have a cat in the office. I know in Japan, in many Japanese offices, they do have office cats, but sadly I've never worked in Japan, and I've never even had the pleasure of visiting Japan, so, but I believe it's true. So that's down to 4,000 here. This tank is increasing. Temperature on the nose is 93 degrees Celsius and rising. Actual outside air temperature is minus 52, minus 53. So it's getting quite hot on the tip of the aircraft, or if it was real world, it'd be getting quite hot on the tip of the aircraft. Slightly warmer than a standard atmosphere, but it's still minus 53 degrees. So we've got a temperature difference there of about 140 degree temperature difference between the actual skin of the aircraft, and that's all caused by the heating of the air. So we've got 150 degree difference between the actual temperature outside the aircraft and the skin of the aircraft. That's caused by the heating of the air. Okay, well, I do have sympathy for anyone who's got COVID. I've had a few friends who've had COVID, so please do get well soon. Welcome back, Riders fan. My setup's a fairly simple setup. I have a CH throttle, CH throttle quadrant, which must be about 12 years old now. A CH yoke, and underneath the desk I have a CH pedal, and then I just have a fairly standard, I think, 26-inch monitor. And then keyboard and mouse. I'm just going to have a quick. I'm just setting up for my arrival into Antigua. I'm going to see what runway they're currently using there in real life. No aircraft this morning have landed at Antigua, so I shall assume I'm going to do a VOR DME approach into runway 7, and that gives me a decision altitude of, well, I'll set decision height of 400 feet. So yes, this is a real Concorde route. Concorde's had 3 main routes that it flew, certainly for British Airways: Heathrow to New York, Heathrow to Washington, and Heathrow to Barbados. And those were its, in its heyday, those were its regular routes that it flew. But it did occasionally fly to Antigua. The actual route I'm flying today is a real route it flew. However, I've made a few changes to the waypoints, particularly coming out of London, as the airspace has changed quite significantly in the nearly 20 years since Concorde flew. But Concorde did operate Antigua. I think it was on a monthly basis. 2 flights out, 2 flights back. The runway at Antigua is quite short, so Concorde couldn't do the return journey in one leg. It could, because it was a long runway at Heathrow, it could fly to Antigua in one leg, but coming back it couldn't have sufficient fuel on board to be able to take off at Antigua and get back to Heathrow. So it always had a fuel stop in the Azores, in Santa Maria in the Azores, which is what I'll be doing later today. I'm probably not going to have time to complete the Santa Maria to Heathrow step of the journey, but I should have time to complete the Antigua to Santa Maria leg of the journey. Okay, the fuel transfer is now complete, so I'll accomplish the fuel transfer complete checklist. So trim transfer, master switch is off, fuel tank pressure, where fuel tank pressure is checked, so I can now turn off the de-air pumps. The de-air pump at the front of the aircraft, at the rear of the aircraft, and in tanks 6 and 8. In case I have an emergency descent, there's a switch on the overhead panel which will immediately transfer all the fuel in the rear to the front of the aircraft, and to do that I need to set up these load limit controllers. So I'll set this rear load limit controller to 0, which means if that switch is pressed, or indeed if this switch is pressed, which I've accidentally pressed again, close it, there we go, it's closed. If this switch is pressed, or the switch on the overhead panel is pressed or actually rotated, this tank will keep being emptied until it reaches a figure of 0, and we will transfer 8,000 tons to the front of the aircraft, which, and this is if we need to do an emergency descent. The flight engineer is going to have a lot of emergency checklists to complete, so it's actually the co-pilot who will initiate the fuel transfer. Yes, Concorde is my favourite aircraft to fly. I do enjoy the Quality Wings 787. Just excuse me for a moment, the wind's got up here, so I'm going to close my window a little bit because the curtain keeps hitting me. Yes, I do enjoy flying the Quality Wings 787 because that has a very wide route structure with British Airways. But once, apart from the taxi, take-off, approach, landing and taxi, there's not much that you actually need to do with the 787. It's mainly speaking to air traffic control and managing the route and doing checks, whereas Concorde requires constant management of the fuel, of the navigation system. Concorde has an INS navigation system. And we just continue to come up with this checklist. So tanks 5A and 7A, I'll open these trim transfer valves, which will transfer fuel from these tanks, and these tanks are actually back here in the wing. I'll transfer these forward. I'll open the trim pipe drain switch, and also I'll turn on aft trim. But to accomplish that, I'll need to transfer a little bit of fuel forward. So I'll now pump some fuel forward to balance the aircraft, trying to maintain a target CG of 59. Starting to pump fuel from the rear out into the wings of the aircraft. And that is now the transonic checklist. Oh no, I still got flight level 500. It's close enough to flight level 500, so I can turn the engine flight rating from climb to cruise, and that is now the transonic checklist complete. And that's the last checklist we need to accomplish until we begin our approach into Antigua. So show where the flight engineer, what panels the flight engineer would look at. On this, because I'm in the 2D cockpit, this is the pop-up box of the flight engineer panel. The flight engineers go in this little grey box here. So the flight engineer's knees would sit in here. So this would be above his waist and this is below his waist. I'll show you that in the... So let me switch to the bay plan. Let me switch to the virtual cockpit. So this is the captain's view. The nose and visor's up. The first officer or co-pilot would sit here, and this is where the flight engineer would sit. Sadly, in this version of the aircraft, these gauges don't actually work, so when you click on a panel, it'll actually just bring up the 2D panel. But this is what the flight engineer would look at. So you just bring it a little bit further. Here, this is the fuel panel we're looking at here, and this is most of the work that the flight engineer has to do. Managing the centre of gravity, managing the fuel, make sure there's sufficient fuel for the flight and the centre of gravity is set. And then we've got other panels to the right. We have the various electrical panels and hydraulic panels. Above we have the air conditioning panels, which are only usually touched a couple of times during flight, so during ascent and descent. And to the left we've got some more engine instruments, and then below the flight engineer's knees we have the engine start switches and some switches to do with the INS. The flight engineer also has an INS navigation unit here, so we have triple redundancy on the INS units. I believe it was a very confusing job. Having spoken to and listened to a lot of interviews with real-world or former real-world Concorde pilots and former flight engineers, many people applied to fly Concorde, particularly as a flight engineer, and they failed purely because they may have been expert flight engineers or expert pilots, but they couldn't cope with the multiple tasks that need to be going on. Flying an aircraft on a day-to-day basis is not complex. What does make it complex is when you're accomplishing emergency procedures and still trying to fly the aircraft. So imagine trying to manage the fuel balancing, the electrics and the hydraulics while you have an emergency going on, and you're also trying to accomplish an emergency checklist. I don't think there's actually somewhere in here, there'd be a massive thick book. I think it normally would be stored in here, in this blue patch here. There'd be a massive thick book of all the emergency checklists a flight engineer has to complete. So I'll go back to the 2D cockpit. There we go. Go back to the 2D cockpit so I continue to monitor. I can see now the auto throttle, because it can't be temperature, it must be speed. Because we're getting quite fast, the autopilot can't quite control the speed alone by adjusting the pitch of the aircraft. So the auto throttles have been kicked in, and they've just pulled the engine power back slightly just to maintain our target cruise speed of Mach 2 and the temperature on the nose. And when we're clear of the current weather system we must be travelling through, the auto throttles will disengage and go back into a standby mode. Right, at this stage I'm going to have to do my own BRB. I'll be right back. I have a few things to do. I have to even do some laundry. I also need to nip to the loo and get another drink. So the autopilot is set up. I shouldn't need to touch any of the controls now for 30-40 minutes. Do a little bit more forward fuel transfer. So I'm going to still be monitoring the aircraft, monitoring the stream, but I'm now going to turn off the webcam. So thank you for watching so far. We should be landing in about 2¼ hours if you are interested in watching the landing. We've got 126 minutes, which is just over 2 hours until we next need to update the INS. So there's very little to do apart from some fuel management for the foreseeable time. But I do thank you for watching the stream. By all means, please continue to watch, but there's going to be less interaction for me as I have a few other jobs to do around the house. But I do really appreciate chatting with you, Riders fan. It's been great to always chat to people on the stream. And hopefully I'll see you again shortly. I will be, as I say, I'll be monitoring the chat and monitoring the street and monitoring the aircraft, but we're doing a few other jobs around the house. So thank you for your time. It's been great to chat with you, and hopefully chat with you again soon. is an activity. So welcome back to the stream. We're just going to 59,500 feet. We've got 250 miles to go to Antigua. So very shortly we'll be doing our descent. But let's do the descent checklist now. I need to get this set up so I can actually look at the descent chart on the iPad. But I currently have a printout. It's called flight level 600. Let's check the wind. So we've got almost no wind up here. So to go from flight level 600 with 0 wind to ground is 189 miles. We're going down to flight level 30, so we need to subtract 2 from that, so 187 miles to go. We'll begin our descent. So let's start preparing the aircraft for descent. 187 to go. Have that there. Where is the checklist? Bear with me, let me find where I've put the checklist. It seems there it is, right at the back. Pressure is 1016, it's Antigua. So I'll set that on the pressure correction value when the tooltip decides to work. There we go, 1016. It's set up on both system 1 and system 2. I'm going to open a window, get a bit of fresh air in here. looking up ahead, there doesn't appear to be any traffic in Antigua, so probably I'll do the correct procedure and announce our intention over Unicom, but it may not be required. I'm not sure when I last actually was speaking because I had issues with the mic. I'll go to 50,000 feet, so I'll change the engine rating to climb. Turn on the fasten seatbelt sign. So we're now just 100 miles to go to Antigua. So now is a good time to restart the Ford fuel transfer. And very shortly these tanks will start to fill, so I'll turn on tanks 5 and 7 engine feed pumps, and that will top these 4 tanks up. And it will also clear this low level warning light we have. Okay, that's Mach 1.3. Engines 1 and 4 intakes are up. Engine 2 is up, and engine 3. Mach 1.3 checks are complete. Centre of gravity 67.3, moving forward. Next checklist is Mach 1 checklist, where we complete our deceleration descent checklist. So we'll close the throttles, turn on the various heating elements, the pressure static heaters, the transparency, the ice to mist. We're not going to, I don't anticipate at least needing engine anti-ice in Antigua. The land's just starting to come into sight, and that land is 80 miles away, so we're just starting to see some land. It's Barbuda, I think, there, and that's slightly closer. So descending, we're now 5,500 feet per minute descent rate. And the fuel is 56.6, moving forward. Everything's still good. We've picked the VC Bird ADF at 74 miles. We're sending out an indicated airspeed of 350 knots. We're just going for speed of sound now, so that to be complete. And we're now subsonic, so we'll close the throttles fully, slowly pulling back to 0. We shall start to depressurize the cabin, so we'll set a cabin altitude of 0. That'll descend at 520 feet per minute. The cabin is descending. Warning, pressure static heaters we'll need to turn back on now. The transparency, the ice, mist can go back on. The throttle master selection switches, sorry I should say, we'll turn to the ultimate selection, which today is actually main, or the opposite selection, which today is main. And the deceleration and descent checklist is complete. 60 miles to go. All looking good and on target so far. And now is probably a good time to start the approach checklist. We're going below Mach 7, so we'll turn on the taxi turn light. Excuse me, I'm going to sneeze. So, taxi turn lights are on. Cabin crew will have given them the 15-minute call. Turn the radar and switch to rad. Seatbelt signs we've already turned on. Brake fan, the engine rating mode will not turn to take off yet, but we'll accomplish that once we're below 10,000 feet. Brake fans are off, so we'll pause the approach checklist for now. Centre of gravity is 54.0, still moving forward. Rate of descent reduced to 4,000 feet per minute now. As the air is getting thicker, over 12,000 feet, our cabin is currently at 3,000 feet. And the cabin pressure differential is adjusting, so that's all looking good.
Altitude alert, 1,000 to go.
So we've come down a little bit early. Our descent chart wasn't quite truthful to us. It's an overspeed warning. I'll just pull the speed back to 340 knots, so we're not 345 knots, so we're not hitting the overspeed warning. It's about 19-20 degrees outside, so no need for the engine anti-ice. That is Antigua and Barbuda up ahead. There's the runway. In fact, rather than flying a right-hand VOR DME arc, off our left-hand DME arc, W260, 270, 280. I'll start reducing speed back to 250 knots now. And now, hold the speed for now. Wait till we're going outbound of the VLR radio. Unfortunately, again, I've accidentally left one of these valves open, so I put too much tank fuel in the front of the aircraft. So I'm just going to pump that back out into the wings now. We want to be at 2,500 feet, 12 miles from the VOR. So we'll start a 1,000 foot per minute descent now. I'll continue to pull back the speed to 220 knots.
Radio altimeters are active.
And now we're below 250 knots, so I can turn on the landing lights and on the taxi lights. Okay, the approach checks. The engine rating mode will now turn to takeoff, which is there. The brake fans are off. The engine recirc valves we will shut, not fuel heaters. Engine recirc valves are shut. We'll change engine control schedule to approach. We'll set the secondary air doors to auto, and the nose and visor nose down, and the visor down. So the airfield is now directly behind us. On the 280 outbound radial, I'm going to do a 12 miles. I'm going to start a turn to the left to complete the VOR DME arc. Pull the speed a little bit back further to 210 knots. Reminder, our final approach speed is 155 today. All the fuel in the aircraft, apart from 1.3 tons, is now in the 4 collector tanks. We still have 12 tons of fuel remaining, which is sufficient for us for at least one approach, possibly a second approach, and then a diversion. I'm anticipating, hoping for a good landing this time. I'll do a quick announcement on Unicom traffic direction. Antigua traffic, Speedbird Concorde 79, turning base for runway 07. So I'll turn ahead to I'll turn to the left. cars. Keep speed at 210 knots for now. Once across the 090 radial, I'll continue our turn to the left to intercept the inbound radial of 082. Hopefully now you can see the chart. This is the approach we're flying today with a slightly mixed up version of it. We're not doing this little bit here, we've done just unfortunately I can't draw on the screen, we've done an outbound radial instead. And now, as we're about to turn final, I'll reduce our speed to 190 knots. Set 082, which is a final approach angle, and I'll select heading of I'll acquire that bit of our lock. Set 082, and all our bugs just to remind us where we're going to. We're unlikely to need the right hand side. Okay, so we're now established on the 082 inbound radial. Established-ish. So at 12 DME, we'll begin to descent down to 1,500. Antigua traffic, speedboat Concorde 79, 13 mile final, runway 07. I'll also put that announcement over Unicom text. Okay, that's 12 DME. We'll switch to vertical speed mode and go for around a 1500 feet per minute descent. We want to be down at 1,500 feet by 8 DME. Coming up on 10 miles to go, so now's a good time to call for gear down and nose and visor to 12 degrees. The landing lights are on. Approach checks complete. See the runway, close that curtain so I've got a bit better lighting. Drop the brightness on my iPads and other devices. I've got the runway set, but because of FSX's poor ground visuals, I've not yet got a clear view of it, but I'm going to continue the approach. I can see the runway lighting. There's 8 miles to go. Go down to 1,000 feet. At 1,000 feet by 4 DME. We're in 126 degrees, so it's actually coming from a right, but only at 6 knots. So we have a crosswind component of 3 degrees to the right.
1,000 feet radio,
100 to go. Decide.
I'm going to cancel that. Because it's not, because we're not flying precision approach, we don't really need the radio altimeter. I want to know height above the ground, but don't need to make my decision. I'm still. Okay, I'm going to go to manual flying now.
feet.
to a final approach speed of 155. Make sure we're lining up with the runway.
.500 feet, stable. .400 feet. .300 feet. .200 feet. .100 feet. 50, 40, 30, 20, 15.
$100 knots.
I'll go to
75 knots.
the inboard thrust on just 1.
50, 40.
And close all the thrust reversers.
20 knots.
Okay, we're now taxi clear the runway, so we're going to turn off engine 2 and 3. I'll tell GSX we're going to stand 3. There's our marshaller. This channel is also on YouTube. Search REHNN Games on YouTube. I'm also on there. Okay, taxi turn lights are off. Turn on the brake fans. Obviously the marshaller isn't accounting for the nose, so I think that's a sufficient place to start there, to stop even. So let's raise the nose. and raise the visor, and let's shut down engine number 1. Make sure we have 4 tons in that front tank. We do, so we can shut down these, and we can request the ground power. Ground power is connected, it is available, so that means we can shut down the final engine number 4.
Pull up.
And that completes the flight.
Pull up.
Okay, that completes the flight to Antigua. I'm very shortly going to restart my simulator, restart my aircraft, and then I'm going to fly back from here in Antigua to Santa Maria, and that'll complete my flying for today. To those of you who watched the stream, thank you very much. Thank you for contributing to the discussion, to the donations, to the follows, to the views, to the subscribes. I do thank you, and I appreciate it very much. In the meantime, enjoy if you're not watching the second stream, please do enjoy the rest of your enjoy the rest of your Saturday. Otherwise, I shall see you again shortly.